Alright, day two was a long day with a lot of gameplay. So I had to split it into two parts. It was like 12 or 13 hours of gameplay. Alright, let's get into it. And like even, like I'm doing this thing where I edit it down. Even edited down, it was still like 12 hours. I don't know. Maybe I should have edited more out of this one. We'll see. I don't remember what I edited down at this point. But I think I was able to get it into like 2 6-hour chunks. Maybe they're 4 hours. I don't know. I don't remember how long this is. Does it tell me? 6 hours, yeah. So it was still 12 hours after editing. So, you know, like, I don't think I want to do a single sitting of a 12-hour VOD. That's just really long. So we left off in Shellwood. We haven't, I think we beat Sister Splinter, but we haven't done much else in Shellwood. Sister Splinter might actually be this episode.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, I think, I don't think this tyrant took me very many tries, so like, there was nothing really to edit down about that. Oh yeah, I think where we left off is I think maybe at the end of the last one I did like 1 or 2 fights against Widow and decided I would save it for later. I like that I didn't call the beast the normal way. I hit the bell to wake it up. That's kind of fun. I was really indecisive here. I think I basically wanted to backtrack again and see if my newfound goodies would do anything, because I think I have wall cling at this point, and I don't know that I had wall cling the last time I was down in some of these areas. So I don't think there was much value in this backtracking, but you know, when you don't know the game, you don't know what's gonna be valuable and where. And I think I was just sort of generally hoping to find useful upgrades. Like the Widow fight didn't turn out to be bad at all, but I kept thinking, like every time I'd run into a challenging fight, I would think, there's probably a lot of stuff I missed that I can go back and get. I don't know how many times I come back and check that door. It's just like every episode you're gonna see me like come back and check that door. I think in terms of live commentary, I'm probably only gonna do the commentary and the editing up through the any percent victory, you know, the first time I rolled credits, and then the rest, like getting the final ending. I'm gonna do that. I'm probably just gonna upload that stuff straight to YouTube without commentary. I think the whole point of this is just to capture like what was going on, what happened in my first playthrough, in case I'm ever curious and want to go back to it. Like if people ask me questions or something, or you know, comparing notes with someone, it'll be a useful archive. I doubt people really want to sit and watch a 100-hour playthrough, so I don't expect there's a lot of demand to watch this later. So probably once I've done my commentary up to the initial victory, that'll probably be most of the value of commentary. Hey Shad. I got the 100% achievement last night. The last few percent took me a long time. And I didn't record the last few percent. There's definitely some things I learned about. You got the speed boots, yeah, those are nice. I didn't use those enough. I should have used them more. You probably can't spoil me on anything, but I did get spoiled on a few things as soon as I started looking up things. So there's, like, I have one secret achievement left to do still. In fact, I almost did that instead of this. Instead of streaming this, I almost went and worked on that achievement. I know the requirements, but it's going to be challenging. And so I'm missing 6 achievements at this point. I'm missing both speedrun achievements. I'm missing both Steel Soul achievements. I'm missing a secret achievement. And I'm missing the Hunter's Journal achievement. And the Hunter's Journal, I'm pretty close to having encountered everything. I think there's like 5 things I'm missing. But I'll have to go back and like fight, like kill multiple copies of a bunch of them. So not looking forward to that part. Yeah, the last judge is not easy. You know, I don't know if you saw the interview, but Team Cherry had an interview recently where the difficulty of this game came up, and their stance was that they give you enough alternatives, like enough things to do to get stronger, and enough alternative ways around things, that they don't think that the difficulty is as big of a problem as it's been made out to be. And based on what I know about the game now, I think they're absolutely right. I think it's hard to tell, though, when you're playing the game. It's hard to know that you have options until you've seen them. It's hard, but not overly hard, yeah. So I couldn't really fast forward this because I didn't just go like straight back. I went and did other stuff, so I didn't really want to fast forward this. Did everything I could and did Widow last, yeah. That was similar. So that should be... I think that's this video, but I split this into 2 parts because it was like 12 hours long after editing. So I don't know if it's in this part. Like, I don't know if it'll happen today. I also think that, like, their boss design is really good most of the time. Most of your opponents, you can learn them, right? They're very learnable. Like, there's a couple exceptions where, like, there's enough random stuff going on that it can be hard even if you learn it really well. You know, like how Zote is the upgraded form of Zote in Hollow Knight. For me, always felt super random. I don't remember. Like, I left that fight because I was gonna get steamrolled, and then I wanted to get a little bit of Silk to heal up, and I don't remember, like, why I just kept going down here. Because I do immediately go back and finish that fight. So I don't know what all this was about. But yeah, I think I want to get both speedrun achievements. I want to get the secret ending, or like the secret achievement thing. And I want to get the Hunter's Journal. So I want to get those four. The Steel Soul and Steel Heart, I have mixed feelings about. I did get Steel Soul, like the easier one, in Hollow Knight, and I was glad I did. A damage attack that isn't widely known yet. Sure. But the like 100% Steel Soul thing. Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's just so tremendously difficult. I still haven't gotten that in Hollow Knight. I still haven't beaten P5 in Hollow Knight. I should do that though. Oh, really? The Thread Storm can be extended? Oh, that is interesting. So, I didn't really use spells in this. I've always wanted to save my magic for healing. But I know, like, Colette does, like, Reaper strats. And she gets extra silk for healing that way, which seems pretty wise. I should have been dashing, but this is still when I had controller issues and I couldn't like dash and D-pad at the same time. So I think some of these times that I tried to dodge him, I actually was mashing dash and it was just overridden by the D-pad. Yeah, the next time you run into this guy is pretty... I died. Because, yeah, it caught me off guard too. Not expecting it. Yeah, my last percentage was a mini game. You'll see it when you see it. But like I unlocked that mini game a long time. Like a long time before I did it, and it was just I kept procrastinating it cuz I did not like the mini game. No. Not the lucky dice. I did that one like as soon as I had the chance. I ended up the last quarter of my playthrough, I always had the dice equipped. At first I was like, oh, this doesn't seem very good, like, it's never doing anything. And then, And then, like, I don't know, I left it on or something, forgot I had it on, and it finally procced, and I was like, oh, this is actually great. And I used it, like, for the rest of the playthrough. Oh, Colette's been looking for that guy. He's here. Because Colette's been trying to finish her hunter's journal. Now if she wants a hint, I can give her one. What do you want, cat? Being a little weirdo. He's in another spot. I was gonna guess that he's also in Blasted Steps. But I don't know how accurate that is. And it's funny because if he turns out to be in Blasted Steps, at one point she was trying to decide where to go to look for that guy, and she was like, no, he wouldn't be in Blasted Steps. Like, she explicitly called that out as like, no, he wouldn't be there. And I was just thinking like, I don't know about that. I think he might be. But yeah, I think in addition to like Team Cherry giving you like lots of places to go and explore and lots of upgrades to get and whatnot, and like lots of tool variety, I think they also gave you a lot of like movement abilities that the knight didn't have. And so I think they were trying to avoid saying like get good, but I do think that they made a fair and balanced game. It's just hard. And I think like the people that have been mad about the difficulty, I think, I don't know what to tell them. Like, just keep playing the game. You'll get there. The spinning top arena? I don't know if I know the spinning top arena. Yeah, I mean, I spent, like, some of the bosses, I spent, no joke, like, 4 hours just practicing them one day. And not winning the fight. So, like, sometimes you just gotta work at it. But, like, in the end, I 100%ed the game, right? So, it's doable. And I think, like, one thing I saw was, like, people complaining about this area being too challenging. But there's actually not any reason to go here early. Like, the difficulty is actually a hint that you're going somewhere you don't need to be. Took 6 hours for Widow? Oh, dang. But yeah, that's what it takes, is, like, you gotta practice. You gotta learn how the boss works. Develop some fluency, and then crush them. Grind their bones into paste. Yeah, I think a lot of people go here early, but, like, it's difficult and you don't need to be here. There's very little of value over here at this point in the game. Like, you can beat the beast fly, but, like, I didn't use the beast form ever. Like, basically didn't like it. And, like, that's about it. Maybe there's some other, like, I think there's a memory locket and some other things over here, but for the most part, like, it's just a beast fly. That's the big thing over here at this point in the game. Man, missing those down slashes. Just made me kind of crazy. Like, that's on me, like, can't press down. And I heard somebody was saying how, like, you know, people get annoyed at the shards, and they were like, wear the magnetic brooch, farm rosaries, and then buy your shards. And I think that's great advice. Like, you get shards way faster buying them. 50 at a time. I have 3 crests. I forget which ones. The starter, wanderer, and another. Probably Reaper is your third one that you can't think of. Did you get it in the Greymoor? Yeah, the one in Greymoor is Reaper. Reaper, I didn't want to use Reaper because it's so slow, but watching other people use Reaper, I can see the value in Reaper. You mean Reaper? I prefer Wanderer because you can just get in, it's a brutal number of hits with Wanderer. You can just, like, you just unload on things. Hunter is supposed to be good if you get, like, the evolved version of it. But, and I used Hunter for, like, Hunter's the starter one. I used it for most of my playthrough, but I can't pogo for shit with it. 2 more memory lockets. Yeah, I wish they had done the memory locket thing a little bit differently. Like, I wish the unlocks maybe, like, weren't tied to a specific crest like they are, so that you could, like, use them and move them around. But instead it's like you have to really decide if you want to use that crest. You finish that fight still? That fight is a lot harder than it needs to be because you're not really meant to do it yet. Oh, that bench? Yeah, that bench gets everyone the first time. That was meant to be a tool usage. Didn't get my down input, I think was the problem. And that, I think, was I meant to heal, but I pressed, like, I was used to my Hollow Knight key bindings, and so I pressed the spell button instead of the heal button. This fight took me a very long time. I think early on I was trying to take out the big guy and then deal with the flying guy. Or no, I think I was trying to take out the flying guy, then deal with the big guy. And I think what I ended up having to do was the opposite. Take out the big guy and then kill the flying guy. I think that's what ended up working for me. But dealing with multiple opponents is always hard for me in these Hollow Knight games. And I didn't, like, this is a fight to come back for when you have good tools. I didn't really have access to great tools at this point, I don't think. Like, I think you want to use, like, the tools, like, I don't, like if I had gotten poison, I could have poisoned both of them and done a lot more damage to them with tools. Yeah, as you can tell, this is 10x here. So if this takes a minute, then that's 10 minutes of the grind, right? And it's really fast walk back. It's just like throwing myself at it. I thought more of my in-game time was this, but when I actually go back and look at the recording, I spend a lot of time just like re-wandering areas. And here, I decided to take a break from the fight and do some other stuff. So I had no reason to believe that that was like necessary for anything. And it's just like Team Cherry says, like, you know, you have options if you find it too difficult. And like, yeah, exactly. Like, that fight was too hard for me, so I decided to cut my losses and do something else for a while. So this is kind of interesting. This was my first encounter with a warden. And he murdered me. The Citadel's gonna take you forever. Man, some of the stuff you need for like 100% is really hard. It's worth it. But like, man. Some of that stuff took me a lot of attempts. So I didn't know that this guy's like a special encounter, so I was like, well, I guess I want to find out what's in this room. Gotta come kick this guy's ass. He almost caught me right there, but I murdered him. Yeah, like, the slab is kind of fun, right? So, in hindsight, it wouldn't have been bad to get caught there. I think this might be the earliest you can get caught, but I don't really know. I've seen him show up in some weird places for other people. I bet he can show up anytime after wall cling. Like, I bet it's gated behind, like, certain upgrades. Like, if you've got wall cling, dash, and floaty thing, then he can show up. Probably if I had gone right back in the room, it would be the normal thing. I'm so bad at that diagonal pogo. I would actually like to get good at it. But as soon as I went back to using other crests, my ability to use it completely atrophied. And like I'm back to square one with it. Yeah. shiny. I wants it. That's a mask shard, right? So if I got that, it would finish out my mask. I only need one. The magnetic brooch is, I'm telling you, it's like one of the best tools you can use in the early game. So it allows you to afford everything. It's like without it, you lose a lot of rosaries. Because they'll fall, and you don't want to go after them. But with the brooch, they'll turn around mid-fall and come back to you. And so if spikes or whatever are far enough down there, you won't lose them. I like when they headbutt each other. Stupid pogo. Oh man, this fight, I mostly just ran into things. I really should have won. Oh, spoilers. I lose this fight. But you'll notice most of the hits I take are just me headbutting things. Basically, I decided there was a closer bench. It doesn't stop me from being bad at jumps. It's kind of interesting how differently the music sounds in Fast Forward. I think this is only ×5, so you can still kind of listen to music. Alright, you got this, Hornet. Oh, maybe you got this. Oh yeah, that stupid, they give you look down, but they don't let you see far enough for it to actually be useful a lot of the time. Did you notice that? They teach you about this look down thing, but then tons of rooms, your light radius is too small for it to actually be useful. I don't know if Team Cherry was They missed that in their polish, I feel like. Wait, great, you can look down. Oh, but we didn't give you enough visibility for it to be useful. Look at this, like 3 hits already just for me like smashing my face into things on accident. It's like the #1 reason I die in this arena. Yep, just walked into that guy. That was almost the end of that attempt. That guy suicided. Pretty handy. Oh my god, these beast flies are the worst. I don't know what the little ones are called. I call them beast flies. They're just the headbuttiest little jerks. But that was pretty worth, because that's a whole mask. So that bit of backtracking was actually pretty worthwhile. Like, one mask isn't like the hugest difference, but you know, I'm sure there are times when I get down to one mask and survive. I don't remember really what I was doing down here. I guess I was going to the blacksmith.
That's fine.
Samene. Mama. Mario.
My cat's over here laying on the chair. Let me rubber belly. She's kind of a weird cat in that she doesn't attack at all when you rubber belly. She's just like, oh yeah, that's nice. Olive definitely has the attack you reflex when you rubber belly. A lot of times though, that's just like, it's kind of like the equivalent of being ticklish for the cat. And so sometimes if you start to touch their belly and you just like put your hand flat against it and just like stop, they'll stop like attacking. And then you can like rub their belly. It depends on the cat, and I would never do this on a cat I don't trust. It's a good way to get clawed the fuck up if you don't know the cat and the cat doesn't know you. But if it's a cat you know and trust and you want to rub their belly, a lot of times you can like, I don't know, you can get away with it if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I mean it's like it's a pretty natural thing for them to think that you want to play fight if you start going for their belly, because it's like if you were another cat, that's what you would be trying to do. I think you can learn a fair bit about how cats work by just watching cats interact with each other. Like that thing that the boss here, the fourth judge or something, I first tried. The fourth chorus? Yeah, I managed to first try fourth chorus. But he's over in Farfield. The Siggy and Gorn, I think are their names. Cygnus and Gorn. Those are the ones over here. Don't know how to open that door? Well, you won't find out in this video. This room always seems to me like it has more going on than it does. So like I think there is an item that those two are guarding. We'll see here. It might just be rosaries. I keep wanting to call them rubies. Yeah, so I don't remember what's in that chest. I guess everybody here is just guarding that chest. We call him Geo. This isn't Hollow Knight. Oh wait. But like this glowing hatch here in the floor, like it looks special to me. I always want to be able to do something with this. And I come back to this room like 3-4 times hoping that I can do something with that floor. My cat's protesting as I'm trying to pick her up. But her protests are falling on deaf ears. Whoa. Yeah, and I didn't need to come back in this room. I revisit rooms so much in this, unnecessarily. Is last judge harder than the boss here? Do you mean the Cygnus and Gorn? Yeah, I don't, it's hard for me to say. I fought last judge really early, and I fought Cygnus and Gorn really late. So like by the time I fought the boss down here, I was so geared. and I knew the game better. Yeah, it's just really hard for me to say. I think probably the judge is harder. But I guess you'd have to try. Yes, Zoe? Oh, poor kitty. She's all grumpy. This human's petting her. You pogoed to the switch. Kitty. Are you really mad? Or are you just playing mad? It's hard to tell with you. Okay. I don't know how many of those meows actually came through on the mic. She was kind of grumbly because I was holding her and petting her. But it's like a half-hearted grumbly. Where like, she's kind of like being dramatic about it, so I'll let her go, but she's not actually nearly as annoyed as she sounds. If that makes sense. You can pogo skip and get wall climb before the boss fight. Before Sister Splinter? I know I found a spot in... I couldn't really pogo wall climb with Hunter, but with other crests I could, and I found a spot in Citadel that is like, it's a whole ass like timing puzzle on these platforms, and I was able to just like pogo up a spike wall instead. This was much later after I'd already solved that room and whatnot, so it wasn't on my first visit to it or anything, and it's not even like there was anything all that special up there, but it just like later after I was using Wanderer a lot, I was like, wait, I bet you could pogo up these spikes like in Hollow Knight going to Moloch. And sure enough, whole ass room, you just pogo spam to the top of the room. It's like if you can hold down and mash attack, then you can get to the top of the room. It's interesting to me how they set up the parallax in this game, because they didn't just do flat planes that are further from the camera. They're like shaped somehow. So like these lava flows in the background are at an angle in some way or another. Like some of the lava flows are further back. Might be all they had to do, but like it kind of gives an interesting perspective on the parallax. It's not just the straightforward like the straightforward stuff that you saw in like NES games that use parallax. I guess what I'm saying is this game does parallax really well. That room has your reward if you used your simple key down here. Pretty much the only thing of value. This game shows you don't need 8 GPUs to make a game look good. Yeah. Yeah, you just need artists that know what they're doing. Like, if you kind of break things down, they do a lot of particle effects. Like, you see all the little, like, white specks and orange specks. That's like a particle system. And they also, like, the smoke clouds where Hornet walks and jumps. That's also probably a particle system. There's a bunch of different ways to do it, but that's one way. So, basically, they love particle systems, and they use them for lots and lots of secondary animations. And then the fact that, like, everything's, like, hand-drawn, and that they reuse some elements, but they don't reuse elements that much. You know, like, the grass here is different than the grass in other places. They reuse their style a lot, but they don't. But they still have a lot of distinctly drawn things. They also make heavy use of, so a lot of sprite-based games don't have like a lighting system exactly, but in this they actually do apply lighting effects to their sprites, to their hand-drawn art, and it's something that visually really set it apart when the game first came out. I think maybe at this point other games have caught on and done it too as part of their art style, but I don't know that it was popular before Hollow Knight. I think I've already solved this, and I was just coming over here as part of my, like, re-exploring now that I have, like, wall grab. I'm not sure if maybe this is my first time through it. This place is, like, so obnoxious. These guys, like, they're positioned in just the right way to be super obnoxious, where they, like, crowd you out. It's, like, not a safe place to stand. And their attack is, like, I eventually got used to it, but their attack was longer than I expected it to be, and I kept trying to, like, rush them. Oh yeah, okay, this is my first time over here. There's like is it a spool at the end of this? Spool or a mask shard or something. It's like whatever's over here was worth it. But it was definitely pretty obnoxious. A flea? Okay, maybe that's what it was. But the fleas are still pretty worthwhile. They might not seem like it now, but you'll be glad you found the fleas later. Who's pogoing? Like, I can't consistently get a down input, which is just me being bad at button presses. Oh, it's required for the slab, really? Yeah, this game has some interesting dynamic stuff like that. I really should have switched to, like, Reaper or something for this room. I think I realized that there's a closer bench.
Huh?
I forgot how to leave this room for a while. Go do the work thing. Alright. Have a good work day. Thanks for stopping by, Shad. Do a little floaty floaty. Missed a thing. Land in the spikes. Alright. Do a floaty floaty. Hit the thing. Hit the thing. Hit the thing. Oh, are we gonna make it this time? Oh, we made it. It's not that hard, but I don't know. That diagonal pogo really throws me off. Here I was getting greedy with silk farming. I think it comes back to bite me. I think I end up hitting that guy. That guy is a jerk. I wanted to just ignore him, but he's like perfectly in the way. And then I was afraid if I did try to leave him that he would be a problem again. Oh, that was close. Almost hit those stupid spikes. And it's like, if you mess this up, you go way back. So this section's a little bit annoying in that regard. Like, the checkpoint is so far away. Hazard respawn, I guess. Not really a checkpoint. Now here, like, I wasn't sure what to do about this. I knew this thing was going to be a tough fight, and I'd never fought one of these before, so I was worried it was going to kill me. And I knew I was near a bench. So I just kind of like nope out of there, and I was like, oh well, I'll kill that thing later. I'll go bench, and then it'll be easy to kill that thing. But you might know where this is going. And that's that, it's not gonna be there when we get back. I wore the weighted belt for a long time. I don't know that it does a damn thing. Like, I do know it does something, but, like, it's too subtle for me to actually tell what it does. This game uses really a tremendous amount of secondary animation. Like, everything moves. Everything... There's, like, constant particles on the screens. There's so many layers with their own animations going on. Little creatures that fly away. This is a good looking area too. I mean, the whole game's good looking. But I'm just like now that I'm not playing and I'm just like watching it, I'm really focusing on the background layer and like noticing the art that's there. More so than like when you're actually playing. When I'm playing, I focus more on like the foreground and Hornet and stuff. Enemy movements are important to watch, so on and so forth. Like, I guess that's a good shortcut. I don't know that I ever use that shortcut later. Like, it can't be bad to open shortcuts, but it's like, when do I ever use that later? I didn't even need to bonk that. I could have made it to the landing pad in one float from there. The hitbox on the pogo, the hunter pogo, is weird. Like, I get the whole 45-degree thing, but there's lots of times when I feel like it should hit and it misses. Like there, like I get there was a 45-degree angle, and I activated it what I thought would be a hit, and it was like too low. I think that's actually what's harder about it than the fact that it's on a 45. Just the fact that it like it's not clear to me what the hitbox is for it. It's always smaller than I think it's going to be. Those guys are so tanky at this point in the game. They're not bad after you upgrade your nail a few times. A lot of rosaries. I don't remember clearing this area out at all anymore. I guess I did this early on and just never thought about it after that. Hopefully I'll go back to Shellwood. But I have a feeling I just keep wandering around here, not making any progress. yeah. I just spent a while here playing with this stupid thing. Guess good practice for later. Very well done.
Parida, Sia.
You know what? I will be right back. I'm gonna go make myself some tea. Alright, got the kettle going. Oh yeah, this is where... Okay, so my controller is still goofed up at this point, but I've noticed that sometimes if I like spam inputs, that sometimes she'll do like this running jump at a diagonal. But I can't figure out how to do it like reproducibly. So what seems to work though is like if she reaches the edge of something, and I like release dash while holding the jump button and she's near an edge, then I can get her to do the diagonal jump, but I can't get it to happen any other way. And this was sort of the first real indicator to me that like there was definitely something wrong with my input. And I think I end up fixing it to like after, so this is day 2. I think I fixed it between days 3 and 4. This is me sort of like trying to figure out what the heck I did, make it reproducible, but I couldn't quite figure it out. I make a little bit of progress with it later on, but it's sort of the first hint that there's like more movement options I have that I couldn't use for some reason, which sort of started this thought process that maybe I had something set up wrong. Which definitely turned out to be the case. Era! I've decided that's the name of the bell beast in, like, Hornet language.
Quesco.
Mandoresa.
Alright, now we just gotta wait for the tea to steep. I think this was a matcha green tea. It's the kind of green tea that has the, like, the toasted rice. Or whatever that is. That gives it kind of the nutty flavor. Oh, do I get Wanderer? It's a shame that I don't switch to it right away. So, pogoing was so difficult. The pogo challenges had been so difficult with Hunter, and when I saw that the other ones changed the way down slashing works, I was really afraid that I wouldn't be able to do pogo sections that I run into. And so I end up staying on Hunter for way longer than I needed to. And really, it's a dumb way to think about it, because of course Team Cherry tested and made sure you could get through all of the pogo sections with every crest. So I don't know why I was so worried about it. Of course, not a problem. And honestly, I think Wanderer and Reaper make it easier, not harder. That's such a beautiful background. I really love this mossy area. I love mossy areas in real life too. I guess it's not surprising that I would like them in the video game as well. But I think what I'm impressed by is like how much they capture the feeling of a mossy area in this game. I think that's what's really impressive about it. This game was just such a tremendous amount of art and music. And like, it's got a lot of programming too. But I feel like, compared to the amount of art, the programming was probably relatively easy. But it's a very well tested, very well executed game, so the programming, they might have just spent all their time on polishing, you know, bug fixing. Ooh, wow. I just couldn't hit anything in that fight. Like, just everything went way wrong at the end. I really did not trust Chapel Maid. Oh, my tea timer. I'll be back. My teacup, I think, has a leak. That's not good. Yeah, it's got a big crack down one side. And, there's a wet spot where it was sitting. That's not good. Transfer this to another cup. Well, it's not like this was a particular... Oh, there it is. I got Wanderer. Not like this was a particularly nice tea set, but that is kind of a bummer to learn that one of them is cracked and leaky. I mean, I guess it'd be one thing for it to just have a crack, but the fact that it leaks when you fill it up is not, you know, that's not gonna fly. I think my grandma gave me this tea set, and it's from like, it was like some random tea set somebody gave her, like in the 70s. So it's like really old, but you know, ceramics just kind of last forever. Normally, unless they get a big crack down the side. So this is my least favorite part of drinking tea, which is now I have to wait for the tea to cool down enough to actually drink it. It's like, I went and made the tea because I wanted tea. Now I gotta wait. Oh my god, I gotta wait! Need like an ice cube to dunk in there. I do have some ice in my freezer, but it's like, I don't know. I feel like if ice sits in your freezer too long, it gets kind of gross. And I think my freezer actually says something about that, like it has an ice maker, like it has a crushed ice feature, and I think it says that like you have to change the filter periodically in order to for that ice to be like clean. I saw something about Samsung putting ads in their refrigerators, and it's just absolutely maddening. Like, that you would buy a full-price product like that and have it in your house and have to suffer ads. Like, there should be laws to prevent that. We don't need to be advertised in every part of our lives. I was gonna buy a new TV a few years ago, and all the TVs had ads, and I was like, eh, don't need a new TV, I guess. I shouldn't say all the TVs had ads, but it was definitely like you had to do research to figure out which TVs were gonna have ads. Getting that guy stuck in that corner sure was nice. So you could totally pogo up there. I think I killed that guy and jumped up anyway. Yeah, so you don't even need a pogo. But it's just rosaries, so it's not even like... It's not like a speedrunner strat, you know? Unless you're, like, tight for money. I'm guessing those things, like just finding random rosaries, don't count for hundo. Those guys are so obnoxious. I guess I've already explored all this. It's still a little hot, but my tea is drinkable now. I know you didn't ask for an update, but I'm providing it. You need to know the status of my tea. Oh yeah, I know what that was. I meant to dash, and I ended up, yeah, I wanted to do that, and it's like the difference in RB and RT, whatever the buttons are called. So most of the flies are gone. I had like 3 flies in the house the other day. But I think there's one back, or one survived, because both cats have been out in the kitchen and the dining area, like, watching like a hawk, because they sensed one. I don't think it's great having flies in my house, but it has been nice that the cats, like, have something to do. They're a little bit less bored because they have something to hunt. You know, you can go like the pet store and you can buy like feeder mice or like snakes and stuff. I have definitely thought about getting feeder mice for my cats, just like turning them loose. But I feel like I'd have to set up like, I'd have to set up an area for them to hunt the mouse, so that the mouse isn't just gonna like run free in my house. Like maybe I could like seal up a bathroom or something, you know. But then you would need like a camera to know when like the cat has captured the mouse, I guess, because you don't want to like open the door and have the mouse come running out, or need like an airlock system. I don't know. It all just gets so complicated in my brain, right? And then I'm like, okay, well, you know, maybe it's not. Maybe it's kind of cruel to buy a mouse and have it be hunted anyway. And so, you know. Oh yeah, I really wanted to make that jump, but yeah, that doesn't work. It's like at least with the mice, well, the rats and the mice that I feed to my snake, they were like humanely killed with like CO2 gas, and then frozen, and so, and you do that mostly for the snake's safety, because mice and rats can fight back against snakes. Like, it's not a foregone conclusion that they're just gonna like kill the rodent safely. So anyway, I feed the snake frozen thawed rats, and so like, oh well, like how is that different than like getting a rat for the cat to chase? And I guess the main difference is the mice and the rats are like, they're killed and frozen immediately, and the preferred killing method is like carbon monoxide poisoning or dioxide, whichever one. It puts them to sleep basically. Like they don't suffer. Da bell. Da bells. I think it's possible to skip the last judge in skip the Citadel gate. I started piecing together a route in my head, and I kind of want to try it. But I want to get all of these. I want to get these up on my YouTube with commentary as well. So I was really torn today between attempting that, like basically starting a new save file, and doing this. And I decided that I should probably do this, because it's been a few days since I did one of these. So I don't want to get too far behind on it. When I've been playing Silksong offline lately, I was working on my 100%, which I did finish. And for anybody who happens to be watching this and thinking about doing 100% for the achievement, just know that in order to get the achievement to unlock, you have to have 100% when you beat the game. So I beat the game, like the final ending, when I didn't I had like 97, 98%, and I went and beat the game. And I didn't get the achievement when I then got to 100%. So if you're trying to get the achievement, you might have to beat the game twice. You know, once along the way when you can finally manage it and you haven't found everything yet, and then again after you found everything. At least that's how it was for me. I can hear my cats running around, jumping and chasing stuff. So they're definitely hunting that fly. I'm glad that they get so much joy out of hunting a fly, because I was gonna buy fly strips and then I forgot. But if they just hunt the fly down and kill it, then it saves me from getting a fly strip and gets rid of the fly. And gives them something to do. It's just win-win for everybody but the fly, but the fly was doomed anyway. I don't know what the minimum gear for this area is, but I feel like wall cling is essential. And probably the floaty. I think I made it through without dashing. But I think you need dashing to get floaty, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, I really hear the cats going to town out there. I think it might have switched to playing with the ball, though. I buy these little foam balls. They're about the size of a golf ball. And they don't last all that long, but Zoe really likes to chew on things. And being foam, they're really good for that. But it also means that she destroys them in the process. Thankfully, they're cheap. And I think it's mostly fine if she eats some of the foam. Like, I think it's fairly inert. Like, I don't think it's great that she's eating foam all the time, but I think in the grand scheme of things, like, it's not that big of a deal. These blasted steps, this was an interesting area. I found it a little bit maddening with like the strong gusts of wind that would like mess up your movement. But it was definitely a very like very harsh environment. Like it conveyed that well. I had to get quite a few upgrades before I felt comfortable here. I might have left some goodies on the table back there that I don't end up finding for a very long time. Like 100 hours later sort of thing. But yeah, kind of a daunting area to explore when you first reach it. And this stupid guy here, I really struggled with his attacks, as you can see. And I didn't even know if I'd be able to make this jump because I had that issue with like dashing, but then that strong gust came by and I was like, oh, I can parachute. Poshonka.
Regina Fora.
Zoe, how's my fly hunter? My big game hunter.
Yes. Kraki.
No way I'll die to that fly, right? That was so close. I'm surprised I didn't die through the transition. You never really, like, learn how the other bugs are getting around. Like, Hornet follows this, like, really difficult path, you know? And then, like, the pilgrims manage to get through, too, like... How are they doing it? Wow, I don't know how that missed me. I don't know if I could have gotten over there with what I have. Oh, I do end up going over here. I think this turns into a dead end pretty quick. These conch flies are so annoying. Alright, let's get back. I found the end of the world! So you have to fight Widow before you can fight Judge, right? Like there's no choice about that. So I think you have to like sing a song to fight the last Judge. Dead. I like that you still get kill credit if you knock something in the spikes. I probably had a cat jump in my lap. It's probably what caused that menuing. There was a part of me that wanted to stay and fight this guy, but also the wind makes it so terrible. It's kind of interesting how they split this game up into the acts. It kind of makes it more linear, but in a like a tiered system, right? Because you can kind of go anywhere in Act 1 during Act 1, kind of go anywhere in Act 2 during Act 2, you know, and so on and so forth. But the acts do kind of give it a choke point to say, like, we expect you to have at least this gear to progress. And so that gave them kind of freedom in how they designed like the challenge. Like, not really, like, I don't think it was probably a problem for like accessibility to things exactly, but they could say things like you know, they could make a particular boss fight really hard because it's like, well, we know this is going to be in like Act 7, so they're going to have all this stuff to get here. I'm kind of curious what the fan reception to that will be, like how that'll end up being received, or if people will be like, oh, you know, we preferred the freedom of Hollow Knight where you kind of just go anywhere. This would have been a really good place to use dashing, but that input issue. Also, the way these cages look to me, they look a lot like a butterfly's chrysalis. And I don't know if that was intentional. Knowing Team Cherry and all the bug-related inspirations in their art, probably very intentional. But you never know. Maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't there. It's kind of funny in hindsight watching this back, and I'm just like, geez, why don't I just go to the last judge? But then I have to remember that, like, when I was playing this, I didn't know the map. Like, progression could have been anywhere. Oh yeah, I used save and quit a little bit. I felt like I was kind of deep into the area. It's like, in hindsight, I wasn't deep at all. But given that I don't have some later game abilities, it was a little bit hard to navigate some of that stuff. And I really wanted to avoid double dying when I'm carrying around, like, you know, 300 rosary. Was it a little cheap to save and quit? Yes. More than a little. I'm a cheater. The whole run was invalidated. I saw something the other day, I can't remember what I was looking at, but it was talking about stereotypes, and one of their examples for Pacific Northwest, which is where I live, was talking about people that still mask, even though nobody else masks for COVID anymore. And I was thinking about that, like, it's a pretty spot-on stereotype, and I laughed. But then I was thinking about it more, and I was like, man, we really gotta normalize wearing masks when you're sick in the US. Like, they do this in parts of Asia, and it just seems like such a nice courtesy to the people around you who aren't sick yet. You can, like, reduce the spread of infectious diseases by just wearing a mask. So, I guess I live in the Pacific Northwest. I fit the stereotype, apparently. Normalize wearing a mask when you have a cold. Yeah, game, what's so great about these conch flies? I was like, I really did not. I was not looking for a boss when I found him. And like that's part of why I hung out at the door to their arena because I was like, oh man, if it's just an arena, maybe I'll do it. And then it was a boss fight, and it was a boss fight that I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to learn this thing. Like this is not gonna be free. So I just noped out. I kind of like the thing that some Super Metroid randomizers do, where if you stumble upon a boss fight, the exit door won't lock until you deal damage to the boss. And so, like, if you stumble on a boss and you didn't want to fight it yet, you have a chance to just leave. Like, no harm, no foul. And I think that would be an interesting twist on a game like this, particularly for like corpse runs, because there are times, like particularly before I found any Silk Eaters, where I would run back to the fight to get my corpse and then save and quit. But if it was the kind of thing where like the boss fight, I'm not locked into the boss fight until I provoke it, that would be kind of nice sometimes. Because then I could run in, get my corpse, and leave. You know, just be done. Come back for it later. Come back for the fight later. Also, apparently there is a taunt ability in this game. I have yet to try it, but I think somebody said it's on R3, which on the PS4 controller, I think that means pushing straight down on the right joystick, the right analog stick. But apparently it's good for like singling out like a flying enemy and getting it to come to Hornet, to fight her. But I don't know how it works, and I don't know how the game decides which opponent has been taunted and things like that. Just like whatever's directly in front of her, but far away. I don't know. I have no idea. So I need to remember to try that out. Every time I've played since I learned about that, I have forgotten to try it out. Is this my first time making it to this bench? I think it is, yeah. Definitely wish I'd found this bench sooner. But of course I kept branching out left and right instead of just going up. The Bell Beast is nice. I also really liked the Stag Beetle. That dude's pretty cool. But the Bell Beast is really cool too. Team Cherry makes a lot of cool characters. Like, I wonder what their process is like. I've been trying to make video games solo, and I do wish I had like other people to work with who are like more experienced and could like mentor me on things, you know, because like I'm sure Team Cherry has come up with like maybe not like a formula exactly for making like different types of their content, but like definitely some sort of process that they go through, right? Like, oh, we want to make a character, like here's like guidelines that are in our head about, or maybe they're written down about like how to do that. And I'm sure I can learn this stuff from lots of places, but given that I haven't like, I don't know, like I'm kind of in that situation where it's like I want to get a game out, but I also want to learn how to make the games good. And it's like if I keep struggling with this tension between wanting to take time to learn how to do good job and like just sort of like barreling forward. And it's I feel like it's a delicate tension, but perhaps I should focus much more on the side of just learning. I don't know. You don't have to be perfect at everything though. Like there was a game I was learning about that's all just like 100% ASCII, and the guy has made enough money off that one game to fund his other game dev stuff for several years. So it's like you definitely don't have to be an artist to have a successful video game. Like it won't ever hurt. Like having good art will only help, but if your game is like has substance in the right ways, it doesn't have to be like artistically pleasing, and it'll still be popular with the right crowd, which is definitely what I should lean into given my skill set, like, you know, non-artistic, like software engineer. I can definitely make simulation heavy games. But I also have ideas for a Metroidvania that I want to make that I think would be like a distinct take. Although I've kind of learned like it's not really so much about having like a unique idea. It's about having like ideas that make sense, like they're fun, things like that. But it's probably like 20% cool idea, 80% execution. Like a lot of things in Hollow Knight have been done before somewhere, but they like got thrown together in a really high execution way. You know, like the fact that you can call it a Souls-like Metroidvania tells you that it's drawing heavily from games that have come before it. You know, they weren't the first people to use like black outlines on like hand-drawn character art, so on and so forth. But they made lovable, memorable characters and like all this stuff. Like, so I don't usually like gambling in video games. Like, I just often find it kind of boring. So I was really reluctant to play this guy's mini game, but then I was like, oh, you know what, Lumble? Let's do it. Lumble, haha, tumble. And then he rolls the dice. That's his catchphrase. I stole that from Marcus. With his bumble tumble. If you guys don't know Arcus, he's the speedrun cowboy. Go check him out on Twitch. He's a cool dude. So I think these magnetic dice aren't that great in the early game, like when you get them, but as you have more hearts, as you have more hearts and you're fighting things that deal double damage, they're increasingly useful. So the thing with more hearts is like if you don't hearts, the masks, if you can't take very many hits before you die, then it's unlikely that they'll proc and save you from damage. But if you have a lot of if you have a lot of masks and it's a long fight and you're going to be healing multiple times, they become increasingly valuable because you're taking more and more hits during that time, and that's when they have a chance to save you from more and more damage. No, Zoe, get out of here. doing a thing she's not allowed to do. Typical Zoe. So I think when you first get the dice, they're probably not worth equipping necessarily. But later in the game, I think they're more clutch. It is a little bit like planning to fail, though. So I could definitely understand somebody being like, nah, don't want them. Like spool extender or something like that can be better because it allows you to save up for another heal. Although I didn't do that very much just because by the time I got spool extender, I already had more than one. You know, I had several spool extensions and probably had about half of them. And I was healing as soon as I had a full heal. Oh yeah, so here I'm waiting for the big gust of wind to see if it can push me over there. I don't realize that you're supposed to like go further on and then backtrack or whatever. I never really figured out what's up with this slope. I always went to the wall to the left. Yeah, so even with the gust, I still couldn't make it over there, so I was like, well, screw that. So I go this way. Thought about fighting that guy, changed my mind, decided to let him live for a day. Oh, maybe you can get over there if you jump from here. But this wall looked better, like a better option to me. Oh, I think this is, well, I went the wrong way. This way over here, there's a good item down here, like between these bells you drop down, and I come back for it 100 hours later because I don't realize, like I thought that was just a shortcut or just like an alternative route. I didn't realize there's like an item in there. I would never save and quit abuse. I don't know why you guys accuse me of that. I feel like it's a unsubstantiated claim. That conchfly is so mean. Thankfully, I don't save and quit abuse. But if I did, that would have been time to do it. Someone was just like, yeah, nope, I need to heal. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I probably struggled more in this area than most people on their first try through here. But I struggle bust this whole area for a long time. I think it wasn't until I tried to do a later quest that had me running through this area a lot that I kind of settled on better strats. But I also had so much gear, and like if I were to do this area on a replay, I would be more streamlined about how I go through the area. But I don't know that it would be any like easier. If that makes sense. I really want to do a second playthrough. I want to get the 2 speedrun achievements, Hundo and any percent. That's another type of secondary animation that they use, is screen shake when the wind is blowing really hard. There's lots of screen shake that they use for this. They just keep it pretty subtle, and I think a lot of times you don't even like notice it happening. So my process for figuring out, I hadn't developed it yet when I was doing the edit on this one, but some of the later episodes, I figured out this workflow where to figure out the spots that I wanted to fast forward, I'd watch it in VLC at 8x, which is like kind of maddening. It's hard to tell what's going on. But I figured if I have an 8-hour recording, it takes me an hour to watch that at 8x. And then if I found a spot where I was dying a lot, I would back up until the first death, mark that in Shotcut, which is where I was doing the movie editing, and then watch through those attempts until I find the last attempt, and then put the other mark. And watching it at 8x was when I started to realize just how much like screen shake they add in different parts of this. I knew there was something different about that guy, but I wasn't sure that he was actually fake. So I was like very careful. Like I knew there was something special about him. Like he didn't look right. But I wasn't sure if he was gonna like wake up and become aggressive.
Nayi no keter.
Hasbin?
So I guess this means I have one bell missing. I have 4 out of 5. Is that why it looks like this? The top one is missing. Like I feel like you could pretty easily get here and have done all the bells already.
Faladen. Goro.
Oh yeah, so I missed it in Bellheart even. So I totally could have I totally could have checked off all the bells by now. So what do you need for that bell? Is it just something dumb like rosaries? Oh, because I didn't fight Widow yet. Yeah, okay. So if I had fought Widow... If I had fought Widow, I would have the bell.
Pushka Mikri.
That's fine.
Paravos. Kolekno.
It's always great when enemies just walk off a ledge into a spike on their own.
Friend. No.
I was so stumped about Yarnaby here.
No. No.
I was really persistent. I wanted to make sure I got all the lines of dialogue. I never used those. I've seen other people use them. But I kind of, I don't know. Like I was gonna get them eventually anyway because I wanted Hundo, but like it was definitely one of those things where I probably shouldn't have spent the craft metal on them at this point in the playthrough. I think that's maybe part of why I didn't use tools was because like I ended up buying tools I didn't like, and then couldn't. And it took so long before I unlocked tools that I would have used that at that point I just I was like I'd written tools off. I think it's the same problem as the memory locket thing, where like the simple keys, the memory lockets, and the craft metal all share this problem where it's like you have a choice on where you can spend them, and you don't know how long it's going to be until you find your next one. And so it's like either you hoard the spendable because you're like holding out for the thing that would be useful, or you spend it and then not like the place you spent it on, not like the thing that you got from it. And I don't know exactly what the solution from a game design point of view is, aside from allow the player to reallocate the spendable. Or like offer up multiple spendable, like give you more spendables than you can use early on, so that you don't really have to be choosy about it until later. I don't know. Curious if other people have thoughts on that, but yeah. I'm so good at headbutting stuff. They should have made a crest where headbutting things is how you attack, so that People like me would have a new attack. Just headbutt everything. I'm convinced that you can get up there with a pogo, but I decide that I've had enough practice at it for now. You'll see that I go back there later. I don't remember which day, like I don't remember which, like, episode of this that'll be in. Oh, it's Krat.
Da, fenestra.
I wonder what creepy things he was doing over here that got himself caught. Perhaps he was being a creep? Perchance. Sinner's Road. In some ways, I kind of wish I hadn't have found Sinner's Road so early. It's kind of a late area for being exploring at this point. And like its main purpose seems to be connecting to Bile Water, which is definitely a late area. And I spent so much time trying to push through Bile Water, and I really should have just gone anywhere else. I feel like I spent like half of my playthrough trying to make progress in Bile Water when I just didn't have the gear for it. But it's one of those things where, like, you kind of just don't know. Oh, look at this. So close. Look at this. Look at this. Oh! Can't quite align the pogos. I wish I had known about switching to Wanderer. I probably would have gotten that pogo on, like, the third try with Wanderer. Because, like, the way I was thinking about it was like, oh man, if this was Hollow Knight, I'd already be up there. Like, shard bundles are nice, but whenever I'd see one of those, I'd be like, oh man, this is going to be something good. And then I'd get, like, a shard bundle or a rosary string and be like, oh, okay, one of those. And, like, I don't know, I shouldn't be so, like, it's easy to get to and whatnot. I really shouldn't have been so negative about it, but I was always like, yeah, it's going to be something cool. And then it's like, oh, yeah, shard bundle. I could buy that for 50 rosary. These stupid crowbird things, the craws. They're dangerous. Uh-oh. That was weird. Oh, I know what happened there. I sat on that menu for a long time. Like, I probably went and got food or something. And so that was actually, like, a multi-minute thing that I sped up. And that's why, yeah. That wasn't just the menu is open and closed again. It was like, I was basically taking a break. And so I had to fast forward that. Like, for the short pauses that are like a minute or less, I didn't bother speeding them up usually. But the ones that were like multi-minute, I sped them up for the most part. Like, I couldn't even see that that was a secret. I just slashed all the corners. Just assuming they're secrets. And like there it paid off. I really didn't know if I wanted to open that. No, so I guess I was saying, like, you know, it wasn't great that I found Center Road and Bile Water so early, but I guess it was nice to find the Silk Eater guy early. I think with how easily I killed the other one, thanks to the spikes, I got overly confident that I could kill that one, even though I didn't really understand their attack pattern at the time. I eventually fought enough of them that I really started to understand their attack pattern, and like they're not a problem anymore. But at the time that I fought that one, I really didn't get it. I'm gonna go grab a snack. Be back in a bit.
Yanara.
Escomen.
Hironare.
Sure, Samasa. Fala, Manimoy.
Hey, Cheesy. How's it going? Olive has come to visit me. Aren't you a happy little cat? I think I wandered around here in Greymore quite a while. I kept so I knew that I could make progress by going to Widow and fighting her, but I kind of wanted to do everything other than that first, if that makes sense. And so that meant trying to fully explore the Greymoor, which then led to Sinner's Road, and like, you know, there's also this corpse recovery thing I needed to do. Okay, that's kind of funny. Olive climbed up in my lap in real life around the same time she must have when I recorded this. That's what that pause would have been. Me making room for the cat. I'm getting trolled by those guys. This was a really good rosary farm, though. At this point, I still haven't upgraded my needle, though. Good farm, but slow farm. Yay, platforming. Maybe I can do it this time without falling. This was kind of a terrible corpse run. Oh my god. I'm so bad at pogoing. That was almost a double death there. Warding bell is the only thing that saved me from double dying. I'm so good at pogoing. I decided to play it safe and refill at that bench. At least you can cheese this bird. With no nail upgrades or anything, this is definitely like kind of obnoxious. Fight your way through. Like, it's definitely possible because like I've already done the gauntlet. They had me fighting a bunch of those guys. But it's, I don't know. It never feels easy with opponents like that that move around so erratically. That was meant to be a tool use. Oh yes, we get off to a good start with these guys. Actually, getting that guy trapped there was a huge boon.
Cadestre.
Styx is so creepy. I was convinced that he was going to turn on me at some point. Like, I don't know. I'm very untrusting in these kind of games where everybody's kind of just like a weird, creepy dude. But there are really quite a few NPCs you can trust. The betrayals are actually fairly rare. I kept forgetting what that thing was. Oh no, here I'm actually using it on purpose. There was a couple times when I paid for it because like I didn't realize that it was like a rosary machine. At some point during my playthrough, I decided it was worth it to just put all my spare, it must have been this point here, just put all my spare rosaries into strings. And then that way, like, double dying isn't a big deal. Like, if it happens... Like, I'd still want it to not happen, but, like, if it happens, you've invested in rosary strings.
There's a hole?
He sounds like he says there's a hole. Like, I know they all speak nonsense, but for some reason his sounds like a sentence.
Anda dendis. Fresco mel.
Kavak Katsa.
Mushka.
Bushka Nukri.
I leave those guys just hanging in the air for the longest time. Like, maybe longer than I needed to. Felt like they weren't going anywhere. I don't know. I put off the Widow fight for a really long time. And I didn't necessarily have to, but I just kept wanting to explore. Like, I knew the Widow fight was somehow progression. Like, I knew that it was really that it was going to be the final bell that I needed to open the gate. And so I was kind of thinking that, like, maybe Widow was, like, the end of the act. Little did I know. And I don't think I found anything in this little bit of exploration. Unless I actually take on Widow now. But I don't think maybe I do, actually. Because this is where, like, I thought at first it was up the elevator, and then quickly realized that it wasn't. Yeah. Good old headbutt strat. I'm telling you, there needs to be a crest that adds a headbutt ability. It'd be very popular with people like me that headbutt everything.
Friend.
Oh yeah, it took me a while to understand how to dodge that attack. Well, taking a bell to the face is no bueno. Here we go, let's have a montage. Time to train. Time to get better. Wow, that was a really good attempt. Yeah, I made it all the way to phase 2 on that one. to go. Oh, never mind. Didn't even see a phase 2 that time. I've got a good feeling about this attempt, though. Oh. I can... I can even get back to the fight. Oh, falling in the elevator by accident is classic. I kept trying to Super Metroid wall jump, and it bit me quite a bit. So, Super Metroid wall jumps, you need to move away from the wall before you jump. But in this, if you do that, you just, like, pop off the wall, and then you've already used your jump from the game's perspective, like you're already in a falling state. So then when you press jump the second time, you open your parachute. Yeah, once I learned how to deal with that attack, it made the fight so much easier. And it's not even hard, it's just go under Widow. Okay, now phase 2. Go under Widow and then jump over Widow. Just do a Widow jump. Just do a Widow jump to a dodge. Got him. I took a bell to the head. Really glad I had a lot of health. Oh no, wait, that's phase 2. For some reason I thought... Wait, are there 3 phases? Yeah, I forgot about this phase. This phase is definitely the most dangerous. Definitely had some questionable patterns here. Like, sometimes I really struggle to find an opening in this. Oh yeah, see, I'm almost dead. But we got it. Got her done. Take that, Widow. The Needle-in. That's a cool ability. I like the Needle-in. I'm glad they put that in the game. Wow, I can't believe they put this gate here. Like, what if you didn't get Needle-in yet? How did they know? Oh wait, they just gave it to you. Also, that was my first time playing the song, so of course I had to listen to it. I'm glad you can't actually die in these sections. I've really had some issues with platforming in some of them. Like, being wrong about where I'm supposed to end up, getting behind a vertical barrier. In fact, I think that happens here a bunch at this spot. I somehow end up, right here. I end up on the wrong side of it. And you can't grab it on the back side for some reason. I think that was maybe a bit of a mistake on Team Cherry's part. Like, why not just make it so you can grab it on the wrong side? Maybe there's some reason why they didn't want to do that, but... I feel like that particular vision is like meant to be conveying something because you saw all those weavers all playing together. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff about the story of this that I feel like I I feel like has gone over my head that I don't quite understand. I need like the Silksong lore explained video by Mossbag. Is that out yet? Probably not. But I can open that damn grand gate now. I'll be right back, y'all. Don't go anywhere. I mean, you can if you want. I really have no control over you. I'm just a YouTube video. But, you know, yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Luminarat.
Buenera.
Dera.
Ah, Pavo. Oh yeah, I was gonna leave and then I realized I should talk to the hermit again in case they had new dialogue. That's why I like ran out of town and ran back.
Gorokatello.
Benny Frank.
Menasaur.
The hermit is so such an asshole.
Miasamasa.
Friend.
Those giant, like, flies in the bell are so obnoxious.
Miasamasa.
Rin. I feel like Silksong. I almost called her Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight says Rin all the time in my playthrough. Non-stop Rin. Visually, that area kind of confused me. I wanted there to be more to it. Because you can, like, see... I don't know. You can, like, see on the other side of that wall. I really should have known to not stand there. Smort. I am smort. See, like, that looks like you should be able to go through there. But it's just some sort of unfortunate thing about the way, like, this tunnel is just the right distance away from that tunnel. Those guys are so obnoxious. If they catch you on a vertical, they try to fall on you. And on the ground, they try to just jump into you. I don't know how many bugs there are in this game that just throw themselves at Hornet. And, like... It's an incredibly effective tactic. Be the missile you want to see in the world. That's these guys' philosophy. I was not surprised at all to see where that connected. I had suspected that there was something up with that bell. A lot. Like, really, really a lot. Hey, RT. Missile the seas you want to see in the, you want to be in this world. Missile the seas you want to be in this world. Like, we using the seas as a missile?
Mi offende?
Is Lottie a butterfly? Not a butterfly. A ladybug.
Haha, Rancamentis Faradalia.
Haha, Rancamentis Faradalia.
Bromat to Tantak.
Alright, what do you want to bet I miss one time?
Oh, Bilad, Bilad. Oh. Hello.
There it is, I missed once. I bet I don't miss any more.
Oh.
Look at that.
Palo cassetto.
I called it. I never did the upgraded version of this challenge. I think it just pays rosaries or something. Really couldn't be bothered to care.
Sirata Sacrasila.
But the tool pouch upgrade is definitely worth the 15 version.
Nera Primpalo cassetto. Minda tu Yazabu.
I don't know what the trigger for that guy setting up is. It's probably beating Widow. Or it could even be as simple as like opening up this shortcut. Rin. Why does my Hollow Knight keep saying Rin? Couldn't have anything to do with me being bad at avoiding damage, could it? It's probably not that.
Benventra.
Oh yeah, I forgot Sherma shows up in Bellheart.
Nesvia.
Like, is Sherma the only bug that makes the pilgrimage? Like, all the way?
Fadastama.
Lelo Slam.
Memory locket's worth it. I don't know that I would have been so eager to take all the wishes, but I knew from the very start that I was going to want to 100% this game. Like, I talk a lot about how I'm not a completionist in video games, but I knew that I wanted to make an exception for this game. There's just too much good content in a Hollow Knight game. I like Relic Seeker's voice
Da,
lines.
fenestra.
I had to read all these. I think there might be on my casual save file. I think there might be still a few things I probably have to look up. Probably not gonna find them on my own. Like the mementos. I haven't finished those.
Has been?
I have 100%, but I haven't done everything in the game. And there's like a couple achievements and stuff to get.
Oralo.
Yanara.
Oh, Manello. Alama.
Miofene?
Serra Carra.
Upgrading my nail was so good. Although, I don't know that it makes a huge difference in boss fights. It probably does. But I feel like you notice it more just fighting the regular enemies that you see out and
Buenera.
about.
Hironare.
Oralo.
Mengina fora.
Alama. Bonva Nama Elo.
Nama Elo. Bonba.
Catestre.
Welianis.
I don't remember. I think this might be just another, like, backtracking and hoping to get lucky with this. There's, like, 2 doors down here in Deep Docks that I don't know how to open. And I think I go back and check them, like, every 5 minutes for, like, the first 4 days I played the game. Like this area so very obviously has more to it. Like that floor I was standing on back there a second ago, like looks like it opens up. There's like the 2 areas I can't get to. But it's just like, just don't have what it takes to do anything down there. And it really bugs me, like more than other areas, because I spent my stupid simple key down here. I was really annoyed with my choice of simple key. I'm definitely going to spend my first simple key somewhere else on subsequent playthroughs. I have a route in mind for my next playthrough where I think it's like all head. So the first thing you have to do is you have to get the the magic spear thing up by the druid. So I'll head up there to the druid, and then I'll head over to Dash, which is like you go towards the marches and then you head down to Deep Dock and get Dash, and then fight Lace once I have Dash, and then once I defeat Lace, then I'll head to Farfield and get the parachute ability, and then I'm not sure exactly what I want to do from there. I might use the simple key to open up Wormway and use Wormway to get the Bellheart. But once I get the Wall Cling ability and the Needle in, instead of going to Blasted Steps and going to fight the final judge, or last judge, whatever they're called, I will go over to Greymoor, I'll go through Bilewater, and I'll go over to the Mist, I'll go through the Mist, and then I'll fight Phantom at the exhaust organ, and then I will use that to get into the Citadel, because I think all of that works. I think that would allow you to bypass the gate, and I want to find out if that's the case. And if that all works, hopefully I'll be well under the 5 hours that it takes to get any percent, because then from there I would need to fight the cog people. I'd need to go to Underworks and get the claw line, and the forum's going to be challenging. I don't know what my strategy for the forum will be. That's definitely... I feel like the forum might actually be the hardest part of this route I have in mind. Like, obviously Lace is going to be challenging. The final boss I'm not too worried about. Like, I'll be weaker than when I fought him in my casual, because I won't have done enough side questing. But I'm hoping that, like, I can make up for it in developing skill for the fight. But the forum, I really don't know what to do about.
Oh, nah.
Man, I thought this was going to be such a cool, like, the gate opens sort of cutscene. This really bamboozled me. I was not expecting what happens. Last judge just nukes us. They're a jerk.
Tamiyan.
Olivera Meli.
Nesvia.
Fayamara.
So bad at dodging those conch flies. Like, any video game where the enemy has the DVD ball attack, I'm guaranteed to be bad at it. So going that way was kind of an experiment on my part, because I had never gone that way. And I think I basically learned to never go that way. Like, I feel like that was not a payoff. It's such a like brutal move set. That attack where they like throw it out and then pull it back. I don't even know how you like if you're not getting distance as soon as they start throwing, I don't even know how you're supposed to dodge that one. Especially like once they start phase 2 and they're on fire. Then it's just like, what is this even? You wouldn't download a save and quit, would you? Apparently I would. I don't think I even had very many rosaries on my corpse, but I really didn't want to double die, regardless. Later in the playthrough, I basically don't care. But at this point in the playthrough, it was really something I wanted to avoid. I can't pogo. I'll be the first to admit that I can't pogo. I can't pogo and I can't dance. Wait, is that how that goes? Only thing about me? I don't know. I don't know lyrics, you guys. I think I screwed those lyrics up. But yeah, I was like, you know, this is definitely going to be a fight that I have to spend some time on. So I decided to save and quit after getting my corpse and just continue poking around places. Which is maybe a little unfortunate. Like, maybe I should have just pushed on with the judge. I think I ended up discovering bile water at this point. And then I think I spent way too long trying to push my way through bile water, which is like pretty hostile area for this point in the game. Oh yeah. I think I went and took a break at this point. Yeah, I really wanted somewhere else to go other than... Like, sometimes I find a boss and I'm just not in a mood to learn their fight. Like, I'd rather just go around and explore. And I think that was the thing that I was dealing with right then. And maybe after I had taken this break, I would have been good to go for that fight. But no, I went exploring again. But it's kind of good. I think I used the needle-in to discover Atla at this point. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, that was a complete surprise. I was not expecting that guy to show up, and I had forgotten how the fight works, even though I'd done it earlier in this very session. So I didn't last long, but I had sat at the bench, so I got to retry. He has so much health. I wonder what randomizers of this will be like. Probably fun. I'm looking forward to them coming out. Oh yeah, this line where she's like, she says that you cleaned out her basement without her permission. Something like that. That made me even more skeptical of her. Maybe, I thought it was here. Or without being asked or something like that. Made me really skeptical. Oh wait, have I already cleared that out? I lose track of where I am in this playthrough. Maybe I've already cleared out that area. Well, I guess we'll see. I feel like this is my first time going in there. Oh yeah. Open new area, pause because cat. Something I feel like happens a lot in this playthrough. I gotta thaw out a rat for Boomy. I look over and he's very active. He shed recently. And now he's hungry. He's not really interested in food when shedding takes almost a week. And when he's in that process, he's really not interested in food. But then when he comes out of it, he's like active and back to hunting. I think he finished the shed yesterday. I forget. Maybe it was the day before. They get like these really blue eyes because they get like fluid like under their scales, and they have scales over their eyes. So they get like these really blue eyes, and then like the fluid gets like pretty intense, and then it like goes back down, and then their eyes are just like cloudy. And so like the fluid thing takes like 48 hours, and then they have like 3 days-ish of like the cloudy eyes, and then once the cloudy eyes is done, the scales come off. And I don't know how often he sheds. It's probably like every 2 months or something. I probably should have been tracking them on a calendar. Putting them on my calendar every time he shed. Just to like keep track of it. It happens every few times I feed him. Maybe I'll like feed him 4 times and then he'll shed. And I feed him every like 2.5 to 3 weeks. If anybody's listening and wondering what kind of snake he is, he's a boa. He's a like Central American or whatever. So BCI. I think I lose track of how old he is. I'd have to go back and look at the calendar, but I want to say he's either 3.5 or 4 at this point.
Fine.
5 years, I think they're considered a full adult. So he's more or less full grown. Like if I had a female, he'd be breeding age.
Mi offende? Then friend. Hasvin?
It's interesting that they ask you if you want to allow that insight because, like, it only has upsides. I don't know why you would say no to that. I'd like to know mathematically how this, like, upgraded attack works. Like, I know I've seen posts where people say that, like, it really helps them in boss fights. And I probably benefited it without realizing, but, like, I didn't feel like it was good enough to warrant being better than the other crests. Like, Wanderer's fast attack just seems straight up better. Or, like, Reaper letting you have a lot more silk for spells. So I kind of felt like they probably added that to Hunter because they knew Hunter was weaker than those other things, and they didn't want it to be, like, unbalanced relative to them. But I can't help but feel like maybe it doesn't bring them into full balance. It just makes them, like, it shores up the gap a little bit, but not fully, is kind of what I felt like. This was a really great area to find. It kicked my ass a bunch, but there's a really nice upgrade in here. I think it's called, like, Weave Light or something. But, like, the focus mechanic, I think you, like, you build up focus if you attack things, but I think if you go for a while without attacking things, it might go away, or, like, you discharge it if you use it enough. I'm not really sure. I need to watch it more now that I'm, like, watching and not actively playing. You can tell how much focus you've built up because it's this white line on the left side next to my masks. There's this vertical thing. So that was full, but then I healed, and it's gone now. So I think that's the reason I didn't really like it much on boss fights was I was frequently healing, which reset the focus. I think to really benefit from it, you have to be able to attack a lot and not get hit. like not need to heal. Well, actually, a regular hit might also. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that remove focus. I think maybe that's why I didn't end up liking it much, was because like I tank damage too frequently. I'm not good enough at dodging damage. And so between healing and taking a hit, I just like never had focus on boss fights. But Wanderer led me to parry more often, and oh no, that time I healed and I still, well, maybe because the focus isn't full. Yeah, see, it's hard for me to figure out how this focus thing actually works. Like, what are the do's and don'ts if you want to optimize for having focus damage? Whereas, like, with Wanderer, if you have a one full spindle worth of silk, there's a chance that you crit hit, which was way easier for me to figure out and understand. See, that hit, I think that hit removed all the focus. So probably any time you get hit, you lose your focus. And it wasn't the healing, but the getting hit that did it before, and I just didn't notice. So, I don't know. Maybe if that's the whole gimmick with it, Hunter is maybe really nice. Like, it's the, like, high skill ceiling crest, where it's like, if you can do your fights damageless, it's extremely powerful. Yeah, so that's full focus bar. We'll see if I can kill some other things without taking a hit. Spoiler, I take 1,000,000 hits. And it doesn't seem to drain. So I thought both that you use it up if you attack, which doesn't seem to be happening, or that it like drains if you don't use it, if you don't hit anything for a while. But I think it's maybe if you just don't take any damage, it just stays really good. Yeah, it's gone. I took a hit. So that's the reason I didn't end up liking Hunter. At least not for a first playthrough where I'm learning the bosses. You really need to go damageless for Hunter to be good. Like, see how much I get hit? It's like every second in this fight. So that was a really good pogo, but I overestimated how long the pogo distance was, and so I ended up missing because like she had completed the dive, and then I hit the enemy. So maybe it's a good crest. Maybe I've been, but I think it's a good crest for after I learn the game. Not necessarily a good crest for a beginner. So I think my skepticism of it was kind of warranted. Oh no, I maybe sped up the wrong part of that. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, so my controller disconnected and started misbehaving. So that was why I did that save and quit there. So the story seems to be implying that there was a group of weavers who didn't like what one particular weaver was doing. So like whatever the grandmother was doing, the other weavers didn't like, and they wanted to escape her. I think weavers? Like I could even be wrong about that. Like maybe they weren't weavers. But whatever bugs they were. But I think this was all built by weavers down here. This is called a weave nest. It's very weaver-esque in the architecture. Good old Granny Silk. I'm really good at picking times to heal. Out of curiosity, how long did it take you to beat it? I think I got my first credits around 50 or 60 hours. And I got 100% around 105 hours. Like 100% plus the like achievement. There were a couple late game item collection things I looked up. Like I didn't look anything up until 97 or 98%. And I didn't look up much. I was just, there was one area that I couldn't find the entrance to, and as soon as I looked it up, I felt so stupid because it was like a place that I had checked like 10 different times. I just somehow like didn't find it. And then once I read that it was definitively there, I was like, okay, I'll go check it one more time, and immediately found it. I was mad at myself. But that's how, you know, when a game's so big with so many things, so many secrets, you're bound to get stuck on something stupid for one of them. So this weave light, that thing's great. I don't like, it's not like general purpose great, so like I tend to equip it for very specific reasons, but I used that thing a lot. I just didn't use it continuously like some things, like some upgrades. I was swapping it in and out a lot. And I'm still missing some things. I haven't found all the mementos. I haven't gotten all the achievements. There's 6 achievements still missing. So there's the 4 speedrun achievements. Or sorry, is there 4? There's like the any percent speedrun, the 100% speedrun, and then there's Steel Soul any percent and Steel Soul 100%. They're not all speedruns. So there's those 4 achievements. There's one hidden achievement I haven't gotten. And then there's the Hunter's Journal. I've gotten most of the Hunter's Journal. But I've got a few things left for that. Speedrun and Steel Soul stuff is 100% out of your league. You know, I mean, it depends, right? Like if it doesn't interest you, I could see that, but I bet you could learn to do it. Like the 5 hours to beat the game at all, I bet if you tried, you could get it. And the 100% one gives you 30 hours. So like you don't have to be like a fancy pants speedrunner to get those. You just have to like beeline for the end. But the first Steel Soul, the any percent one, I could imagine doing that one. The Steel Heart, where you have to get 100%, now that is really challenging. And like in Hollow Knight, which I've played a ton, I have the first Steel Soul, but not the 100% Steel Soul. And I may never get it, just because it sounds so daunting. I still have to beat Pantheon in Hollow Knight. I've done P4, but I stopped short. Never did P5. So at first I thought this one just made it so that you... First I thought this one worked like Shaman, that Weave Light that I put on. I thought it worked like the Shaman charm in Hollow Knight, where you just get more... wait, no, that's not Shaman, is it? I forgot the name of the charm in Hollow Knight. But what I thought it did was I would get more silk from attacking things. I had to go like read the fine print before I actually understood what it does. So like I put it on here for this, but I don't know that it's actually useful here. I don't really have any abilities that need it at this point in the game. This room was such a pain in the butt. And like later, we've got more upgrades. It's really not a problem at all. And this part is still where I had that issue with my controller setup, where I couldn't use the D-pad and the dash button at the same time, so you'll see me like almost never dash. Like I did it right there, but like there I was pushing it and it wasn't working. I did reach a point with my muscle memory where I would like let off the D-pad before I dashed, but that was like day 3 when I developed that muscle memory. And then like for day 4 I just fixed the problem because I didn't realize I needed to set the game to use Steam input. Once I did that, my controller worked great for the rest of the playthrough. But yeah, I'm itching to start another playthrough. Like, I have some things I want to try to flesh out in my casual save file, but I also have a bunch of different routes I want to try through the game and like different order of doing things and whatnot. Like, I kind of want to retry some of the early game content using Wanderer. Because by the end of my playthrough, I was using Wanderer Crest for everything. And I'm kind of curious if I had switched to that earlier, if I would have found stuff easier. Because with Hunters, I found a lot of the... I mean, what I should say is I used Hunters for a lot of the early game. Like, about 2/3 of the game, I was using Hunters all the time. And I found that part of the game to be really challenging. The late game was super challenging after I switched to Wanderer, but I felt like Wanderer made it a lot easier. I bumped into that because I knew the timing was off. I wasn't going to be able to fix it. So you kind of see me like playing around with different like rhythms of hopping. I had the same impression, was holding tight to Reaper, but after I went Wanderer, things started evaporating. Yeah. Reaper was too slow. So, okay. The reason I stayed on Hunter so long was because I had such a hard time learning to pogo with it, and I should have properly tested things, but every time I would like just be at a bench and I'd equip one of the other ones and try a down slash, I was like, oh, there's no way I'm going to be able to clear the pogo puzzles if it doesn't behave like Hunter. And so then I was afraid to use them. And so I put it off for a really long time. Also about Reaper is like it attacks so slowly, And spells don't seem as good in this as they were in Hollow Knight. So I was really like, I don't know about Reaper. But then I saw that Wanderer was like basically the like you're playing Hollow Knight 1. And I was like, okay, I gotta give this a try. And like maybe Hollow Knight 1 with Quick Slash is a better description. But it just seemed like it was so similar. And I switched to it, and yeah, I think it was very comfy. And so part of me thinks that maybe the Quick Slash part of it wasn't even what was so helpful. It was just the fact that it was very familiar. But I do think once you have Evolved Hunter, it could be worth putting time and effort into learning how to use the Evolved Hunter. Because if you had a really clean fight where you avoided damage, Evolved Hunter would kill things really fast. But it just takes like one hit to screw up your DPS with Hunter. Whereas with Wanderer, I don't know, sometimes you can just face tank things with Wanderer because you're going to get enough magic back to heal. Yeah, it took me way too long to find a rhythm that worked there. I have a tendency to go early on these. Soul Eater. That's what Reaper reminds me of. Soul Eater. But then it makes your slashes really slow. I kind of... Maybe there was a tool for this and I already forgot about it. But I kind of think... Like... It would be kind of nice if there was a tool for every weakness of the crest. So like Reaper makes you really slow. It would be kind of nice if there was a tool that fixes that. And maybe the Flea Brew... Maybe they expect... Maybe I should have experimented with using oh my god, I can't talk. Flea Brew with Reaper. Maybe that would have been a combo I like. The Flea Brew is actually insane. I still haven't even used it once. The like temporary buffs, I don't tend to like them because I find it hard to find an opening to apply them. It makes Wanderer even better. I think King Khan was the only boss that I beat on the first try. That might not be 100% true, but pretty close. And basically my strategy was just get him in a corner with Wanderer and just like go ham on him, and then when I couldn't reach him, heal again. And like, it worked. It was not elegant. It was the opposite of elegant. Man, I have so much trouble pogoing with Hunter. Like, I get that you go at an angle, but the hitbox for these pumpkin things is just like really tiny with Hunter. I was surprised with the difficulty in the game. The final bosses were generally forgiving, but some other ones were absolutely mad. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some challenging boss fights in this. So like, Beastfly 2, I spent so many hours on that fight, and ended up cheesing it in the end. And like, the Forum, I cheesed, because it seemed kind of insane. I really enjoyed the lace fights, but I had to practice those a lot. The first one, not so much, but the others. The boss in Bilewater. So, that's kind of interesting. That one really didn't take me that many tries, but I had kind of a weird strategy. I mean, I do agree that that one's a hard boss fight, but I had kind of a weird stay along the wall strategy that seemed to work really well. And like, I definitely didn't get it on the first try, but that one was maybe like 6 tries and I got it. Whereas like, the last fight, I was on for just hours. And even retrying the last fight after I 100%ed everything still took me a really long time.
Nesvir.
The thing that was really bad about the Bilewater boss was I had a really hard time finding a close bench. But once I found a close bench, it wasn't bad. It wasn't. The walk back was... No, it was, the walk back was still bad. It wasn't insane anymore. For the longest time, I was using the walk back that's by the mist.
¿Me ofendes?
I was using that bench to get all the way to... And I, like, at 2 different spots along the route, I had, like, rooms where the enemies would respawn, and I would just, like, go in, get silk, leave. Go in, get silk, leave. And, like, heal up again, and then finish the walk back. But once I found the closer bench, I only needed the 1 spot to heal up. Oh yeah, so right here I keep going back to Ava because I don't understand the trigger for expanding your thing, and I thought maybe I had to talk to her with each crest and maybe she would upgrade each crest individually. No, that's not how the game works, and basically I exhausted all my options and left. But like on the Bilewater boss, when the pendulum spike ball swings, you can just like hide in the corner, so that's fine. And the hardest thing for me was learning how to kill all the little minion enemies without taking a lot of damage. And then when you fight Gorad or whatever his name is, Grawl, I can't remember. When you fight that dude himself, I also preferred to stay along the edges because otherwise he would jump through me into the water and hit me. And so I would just like hang out on the walls and get him weak and then use my tools. Like if I couldn't reach him with my nail, I would use my tools.
Buenera.
So does this interaction only happen if you break the bridge after they build it? Because if I had never broken the bridge, they wouldn't be able to do this, right? Or would they stand on the bridge and throw them down?
Lelos Farida.
And then naturally I had to like go see if anything happens. But as far as I can tell, there's nothing to be done with that. It's just a little bit of like NPC interaction for fun. Is he really dead? Yeah. He just fell like 3 screens. Maybe he's still fine. Look at all these free shards I'm getting. So I feel like Hunter's Crest is probably like the speedrun crest, except unless you're doing 100%, you probably wouldn't actually upgrade. You wouldn't get the evolved form of Hunter. So like, it's not actually the speedrun crest because you're not gonna upgrade it to be able to speedrun. So this, I'm pretty sure day 2 is when I beat the judge, but I think it's in part 2, which I'm not going to do today. So I'm trying to think, there's like an hour and a half left of this, I think. So I'm kind of curious what I did after going to that weave nest. It's entirely possible I went back. Oh, no, I remember. Yeah, so soon I will go discover bile water. I think I might even discover the mist. And I feel really dumb for not figuring out the mist. Like, I spent so much time exploring the mist, and like, I played the needle in for the banshees, and one of the times I did it, the Lumaflies flew off, and I just thought that they got startled by the banshee. And so, it never occurred to me how to get through the mist.
Benti Yoko.
Husband?
Neno Noa.
Alright. I'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick break.
Haha!
Oh yeah, I've gotten a bunch of upgrades since the last time I was out here, so of course I got to re-explore this area for the 10th time. What do you want to bet I don't find any progress over here? Oh, is this when I went back to rematch these guys at the top? Yeah, this is going to take a while. I have a good feeling about this attempt. Somehow, even though that's a lot of rosaries, that reward just did not feel worth it. Like, I could have farmed that much money in way less time by just running around killing random enemies. Is it me or is the fractured mask just not worth anything? I used it for a while, but it didn't seem like it was helping me at all, so I gave up on it. Yeah, I forgot that. Like, I knew I took on that hard ant fight early on, but I forgot that was like the first half of my day 2. And I really could have left that fight for like never. But like leaving it for much later would have been wise. I don't think they really meant you to do it early. Like, it's an option if you want to challenge yourself, but the fact that it has like basically no reward, no unique reward, really makes it feel like it's just sort of there to challenge you. Oh yes, my Deep Docks revisit, because can't have 20 minutes go by in this game without me revisiting Deep Docks, wondering... I've mentioned this a couple times already, but like, I spent my simple key down here, and I kept feeling like it just was a waste of a key, and so I kept revisiting it going like, maybe now? Do I have progression down here now? Is my key no longer a waste? But I feel like you could totally save this area for very late. You could spend your last key down here, sort of thing. That's maybe not completely true, but probably don't need to come down here with a key until maybe you've cleared Underworks. It really just comes down to like, if you want the flint slate, for doing DPS, come down here with the key. But yeah, that's about it, I think. Which, the flint slate is very good. If you combine the flint slate with the polyp, I think you do both fire and poison damage. Like, I don't actually know if they stack. The game's too new. But I feel like they must. I don't know if you have enough slots of the right kind to do this loadout, but I guess you could do like the Flea Brew, Wanderer, Flint Slate, and Polyp. Again, you might run out of slots even if you've fully upgraded the crest. But if you did that combo, you'd probably be a DPS machine. But yeah, if I hadn't have done so much like redundant exploration, my playthrough probably would have been about half as many hours as it was. Like if I had focused more on exploration and then only like if I had gotten to the end of Act 1, maybe even the end of Act 2, and then done a bunch of exploration, I don't know. But the boss fights would have been harder, right? So maybe I would have spent longer on those. But the boss fights are not like... The boss fights make up like about a third of my playthrough. By time. I think. But yeah, I think if there's any way to critique my playstyle through this, it's that I spent far too long re-exploring things when I didn't have a useful upgrade. But I guess, like, I didn't know that, right? Like, I didn't know which upgrade. Like, it would be like, okay, I got one new upgrade. I'll revisit every area I've been to. But maybe I should have done, like, I have 3 new upgrades. Now I'll revisit those areas. And I could have, like, used map markers more aggressively to mark, like, particular places where I thought there might be something interesting. But I was worried that I would, like, rule out a thing that actually has a secret if I did that. So I kind of, like, intentionally was very, very sparing with map markers. I think this is where I find the anklets. I don't think I've been over here since I got the needle in. I really have mixed feelings about the warding bell. I don't think it's like a bad early game item. Like when you really don't have any other options, it is helpful. It sometimes gives you a bit more leeway in boss fights and stuff. But I think overall it's kind of a scam, because like when you take a hit and the warding bell triggers, it's like it's not random what the result is, but there's like you're not guaranteed to get the healing. Like you might like you'll always spend the silk, but you might get the health. You might, and if you have multi-binder, maybe you only get some of the health and not the other health. Or sometimes it'll work completely and you'll get the health. So it's a total crapshoot. And I feel like it gets pretty much outclassed by a lot of other upgrades. And so as soon as you have like anything interesting to use instead of warding bell, just give up on the warding bell and learn to have better timing on your heals. I was looking at this puzzle thinking like, man, is it like I have to like activate them to like a different height? And like what order? Like where, like is there going to be a tablet somewhere that like gives me a hint? And then I noticed that when I ran across them, they went higher, and I was like, oh, that's probably just the solution. So then I thought, like, they're not max height, so maybe if I equip this thing and then run across them, then, like, something else will happen. There'll be, like, a double secret down here. And I'm a little bit sad that Team Cherry didn't do a double secret down here. And maybe they had planned to at one point and then scrapped it. But it could just even be like a lore tablet. It didn't even have to be like an upgrade. But I feel like there should have been a double secret. Like once you get the anklets, then running across it with the anklets does something. Even just like 20 rosaries would have made people feel like they were smart for thinking to do it. I'm still kicking myself for not using those anklets when I did the Courier Rasher quest. My reasoning at the time was that, like, I wanted as much silk for blasted steps as I could manage to have, and I was worried that, like, the anklets would mean that I get there with not enough silk to do all the claw lining that I wanted to do. But in hindsight, it just would have helped. Because there's one Rasher run I did where I got to the guy with the Rasher and it had time on its stupid little icon, and when I tried to talk to the guy, it ran out. And I still don't know what I did wrong. Like, I put that attempt in without, like, fast forwarding it because I really want somebody to explain to me why that one failed. I thought that attempt was good, and I think I got it on, like, the next one that made it out of Shellwood. So it's not like a big deal. It's not like I spent the next 3 hours trying to get it and failing. But it definitely was like, what the crap? Maybe you can only turn it in if you have an entire full bar on the final bar or something. Like it wasn't enough to turn in, but then it's like, why have that final bar? So I don't. It's weird. It seems like as long as you have a non-zero amount of time remaining on it, that it should count. I felt very cheated when it happened. Did not understand. Oh, go get that fly, Zoe. Go get it. The fly is back. My snake keeps crawling around his cage today looking for stuff because he's hungry. And he frequently pushes up against the front of the cage because it's like acrylic, so I can see in there. And sometimes I feel like I should make it opaque because it's like he's pushing against it thinking that there's nothing there and then there's something there. But then I would never get to see him if I made it opaque, right? But at the same time, it feels like it must be kind of mean for him to think that he can get out, and then every time he bumps into it, he's like, nope, that's solid still. Alright, now is probably when I go to Biowater. Biowood. No thanks. That zone doesn't need to exist. Biowater is like the worst area in the game by far. Like, it's not even close. And, like, all the little Canadian assholes there in Biowater, little, like, green moss guys that jump out of the water there, It always sounds like they're saying, sorry, sorry. In fact, for the longest time, it was my headcanon in that area that they were going to be, like, basically possessed. That, like, someone was making them attack you, and they didn't actually want to attack you, and that it was going to be revealed at some point, and that they were actually saying sorry. But, of course, the voice lines in this are always gibberish, and, like, I should have known that. But yeah, I kept referring to them as Canadian assholes. Like, not that I was recording what I was saying, but that's what I was saying. Good old bile water full of Canadians. Just like real life, you know? The sad part about using hazards to kill bugs is you don't get their rosaries. I have a towel draped over this chair next to me, so that the cats won't claw up the seat of the chair. And because that towel sort of creates like a hiding spot under the chair, one of my cats likes to hide under there, and she was just trying to crawl under the towel, and I moved it while she was trying to get under there, and I think she thought the other cat was attacking her, because she like darted out as fast as she could and looked like paranoid that she was gonna get hurt. And it's like, it's a towel moving. Like, it's really not gonna... It's non-threatening. And now she won't go under the chair. It's like, damn, that towel moved. It's not safe. Because cat logic. I'm pretty indecisive here. I'm pretty sure I want to go back into Center's Road. It's a bit of a question about whether I actually want to go up to where Styx is, or if I want to go the other way. Part of it is this section right here I find really challenging, and I find like if you ignore the birds and like try to go on, they'll catch up to you later and kind of mess with you. So it's like, I kind of have to go slow and fight everything. Down slashes are, they're hard. Hardest input in the game, apparently, if you're me. You can probably pogo up those spikes. I just wasn't brave enough. Anything's pogoable if you're brave enough. I don't know. I definitely have found spikes that I thought I should be able to pogo on in this, and I couldn't. And not just like the floppy spikes that are never pogoable, but like the rigid spikes. Oh, yeah, I took another break, so this is all fast forwarded while I sit here on the dialogue.
Metuluthos. Idualahia. Idualahia.
Wonder if my cat's gonna protest if I pick her up. She's laying here peacefully. Well, that's weird. My mic stopped working again. I don't think it was dead very long this time. But I didn't do any... Like, I didn't do anything. I don't know why that happens. Certainly wish I knew why.
Pushka Mikri. Ganaga Mushke.
Sometimes hornets just gotta stand around for a minute. Oh, is this the part where I make... Is this the part where I do pogo attempts? Yes. So, I become convinced that I can get up here using enemy pogos, but I'm fast-forwarding it because I spent a long time on it. This would have been so much easier if I had switched to Wanderer or Reaper. I should have really done that. Almost made it up there that time. Like, I started to leave, but then realized I could just, like, reset the enemies and try again. That time was almost it. I did a side slash instead of a down slash at the end. Reset the room again. That was almost it again. Fell down. Okay. Let's use the elevator to get back up. Clear out those guys just to make it easier. Okay, can't down slash. Can't down slash. So many of these were so close. Super Metroid wall jump. It's looking good so far. Oh, and we're in there. What is our reward for this really difficult trick? Oh, it's a lore tablet that we don't understand, like, at all. And, like, that's it. As far as I can tell, like, that's all that's up there. So, I spent, like, I don't know, 45 minutes or something working on that. And there was just, like, no reason to do it. I mean, the lore is nice. But that particular lore, I don't understand at all.
Friend.
It's just like, okay. If you say so. That was a nice little discovery. But I couldn't do much with it. At least not yet.
Friend.
I really didn't know what to do with those spikes. Like, I could pogo them, but I think there's like a ceiling thing that you have to open from the other side there, so it's kind of pointless to stick around with them. And that was when I realized I'd already been over there before. And there was not going to be anything new. I think there's a fan down below that I don't know about, which is a shame because I think if I activated it, I would be able to get to that higher one, and I would have been able to get higher in this room. But I didn't really want to drop down, and like you can't see far enough down to tell. You could definitely hear a flea in that previous room.
Friend.
Hello, Olive. You have come to say hi to me.
No. Shusho, no.
Here I thought my cat Olive came to visit me, but no. She saw the fly. She's really just using me to get access to the fly.
Friend.
See, like, you can pogo those spikes just fine. But there's some... I think it's in Citadel. There's a bunch of spikes that I couldn't pogo.
Friend.
I really wanted to be able to hit that through the ledge, but Team Cherry knew you'd want to be able to do that, so they don't allow it. The guy looks like he's just in an outhouse. Green Prince.
Friend.
I'm kind of surprised you can make it through here without some of the other upgrades.
Marpassa.
Me ofenden?
I used my last key on him. He told me to leave him in his cell. So I didn't bother bailing him out until I had a spare key. Well, we know what the gross water does now. no way I'm going to mess up this pogo, right? This will go perfectly. I'm basically at this point thinking, like, is there somewhere I can farm in here? And, like, that room seems too dangerous. This seems like a really horrible idea. At this point, like, I didn't really want to leave. Felt like I had just gotten here. But I knew that I was also dead if I stuck around. So it sort of just became like, do I die, respawn and go in there, or do I run back to the bench and then run back there? And honestly, it probably would have been faster to just die and run back, but for some reason I decided I didn't like that option. I'm kind of surprised I have the boomerang equipped, because I don't recall ever using it. But I think I equipped it because the description says it's good for flying enemies. And I was like, oh, there's a lot of flying enemies here. Like the craws. I was thinking it would be good against them. But then, I don't think I ever actually used it on them. That was a good experiment. Like, can I just tank these guys? The answer is no, you cannot just tank those guys. I guess I did use the boomerang there. Used it on those guys. it really took me a long time to get good at estimating how far they were going to jump. And I haven't fought any of these guys for quite a while, so I'd probably be bad at it again. But they seem to have, like, a variable jump distance. And I don't know if it's like they have, like, 2 or 3 distances, or if it's, like, completely variable. Like, smooth variable. But I kind of learned that you can, like, tippy-toe towards them, and then as soon as they, like, move down on their haunches at all, like, shift their weight, they're about to jump, and you want to start moving away from them as soon as they do that animation, like they haven't jumped yet. And if you do that, you can pretty consistently get a hit in on them. Boy, that must be the most tool usage. Like, I really didn't use tools much in this. Not the active ones. I did benefit a lot from passive ones. I think this room ends up being kind of a disappointment. Yeah, I got a little overconfident there. I thought for some reason that it couldn't jump all the way up on top of that. And so I was like, oh yeah, I can just safely stand up here and like bait out an attack and then like hit it, punish it for it. No. Like, yeah, on a long enough timeline, it'll come get you. Those things are just, they're nasty. I guess maybe there's an item in this room that's worth grabbing, the barbed bracelet or whatever that makes you do extra damage. I never really used that one, but I guess the barbed bracelet would pair well with Hunter if you're like using the strategy where you just never get hit. Kind of like Fury strats in Hollow Knight. I never really liked those kind of strats though. They seem too hard. Would be kind of interesting. Like that would pair well if you're playing with like the witch crest, where like healing is like not really an option. That could be nice because like you'd be dealing extra damage. Oh yeah, there's not much left in this. It ends at 6:08, and yeah, there's about 10 minutes left in this. And then I'm gonna stop stream at that point. Call it a day. I've got another like 5 hours of video for this day, or maybe it's another 6-hour one. I feel like I split it roughly in half, but maybe I split it 60-40. But that'll probably be like Saturday, maybe. I'll stream that one. I guess that's tomorrow already. And then I'll export this to YouTube. Just can't really archive things on Twitch anymore. They don't really allow that. Alright, and I made a playlist for my Silksong playthrough. I think that I'm probably going to add commentary up through probably for another couple episodes. And then maybe once I get through all the ones that I've edited already, maybe the rest will just go up without commentary and without audio. We'll see how long they are. There's a limit on YouTube of like 11 hours per video. The thing is, it takes me one to 2 hours, more like hour and a half to 2 hours, to edit each one of these videos. It's just like kind of a long time. I have to do that and then, you know, rewatch the whole thing. And I don't know. It's kind of a time commitment, and I feel like that's like, are people really gonna like watch the whole thing for commentary? Like probably if you're looking at this in the future, you're probably more just curious about like what I did in a certain part. There's probably like 5 people in the world that'll end up watching it, you know. So I don't know that it's really worth a big time investment on my part. Man, they really backed me into a corner, didn't they? Definitely help if I could actually hit that guy. I think it's kind of fun when you keep playing the needle in until you run out of silk, And she does like the out of tune note at the end. Oh, I remember. Okay, as soon as I secure the bench at Chakra, that's when this ends. I remember now. So the bile water exploration will be in the part 2 of day 2. I'll probably stream that on Saturday. Definitely. I think I save that stuff for after I get the bench. I think I just kind of wanted to look around a little bit. This bench is so awful. Like, oh yes, the bench. I have so many rosaries on me. I definitely want to activate this bench.
Era. Baba.
That's fine.
Kietska. Which guy?
I'm surprised I didn't hit those spikes. Looking at the hitbox, like looking at the footage now, it's like, how did I not bump those?
Ren.
This would be so easy with clawline. I could probably pogo. I don't know if those spikes in the bottom of the room are pogoable though. I probably could have pogoed there. That should have been a pogo, but I can't press down consistently. Oh, we're through it, right? Easy peasy from here. Oh wait, now we still have to do this. Fortunately, you don't actually have to pogo those. Alright, I think that's where the video ends. Yeah. Alright. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. If you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to follow, tell your friends, all that stuff. But I'm going to stop the recording there, and probably tomorrow is when I'll do the next half of this. Because there's another... It's at least 4 hours, but it might be 5 of my day 2 playthrough, which is, I believe, mostly going to be Bile Water, and then we're going to finally... I believe I beat the last judge in day 2. Alright. Catch you guys later. Bye-bye.